I don't know what's happening. Hi. Hello. Hello, Dear Stroke. Hello, Tom. Jeff, the mother clucking mongoose. Hello. How are you? Welcome, everyone, to Untitled. We're going to play a game I've always wanted to play. A game I've always wanted to play. Stuart! But I've never owned a PC or been able to find a version that works on Steam for Mac. Lo and behold, it is now on console. And thanks to Purple Dalek, who's in the chat right now, for really wanting to see me play this and donating last night. Thank you very much, Purple Dalek. So whip out your Purple Dalek if you're happy about this decision. I'm going to play some tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to play the Stanley Parable. I've always wanted to play the Stanley Parable, and now, thanks to Ultra Deluxe and Purple Dalek, I chuffing well can. So we're going to do it now. What are we waiting for? I've waited, 9 years? So let's do it. I've waited almost as long as all the people I've waited to justifiably get the achievement about going outside. Okay. Hello. Ah, good on you, Stuart. I've heard she's a very, very lovely person in person. Right, so choose a screen and subtitle language. English. Confirm. Well, you're about to witness it, Tom. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? No. Don't forget, by the way, folks, there's no longer an alert, so if you are hosting, you've got to tell me if you've hosted. Auto-host is useless, so you'll have to check that I'm hosting on your channel if you have auto-host on. Please just slide it to the computer's barely visible. Got a giant mug of tea. Please enter the current time. Is it 24-hour clock? No, it's not. Okay, the PM was a giveaway. Moron. What are you doing? How do I change it to PM? Can I? Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Should probably make it 10:12, or should we make it 10:12 the moment it turns 10:12? Jeff is, as far as I'm aware, Jeff is quoting the opening line of the game. Whether it's 10:12 in real life. Have I read Batman Ego? I don't think I've read Batman. Wait, hang on. Is Ego the Hugo Strange storyline? Or the one where he becomes properly obsessive and wears the bat suit? Because if it's that one, yes, I have read it. It's very good. Oh, here we go. Accessibility settings can be accessed in the main menu. Okay. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's weird. The menu's on the thing. Here we go. Never the end is never the end. Oh, okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Okay.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day.
That one sounds
every
familiar too,
month
Distro.
of
I might have read
every
it.
year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Oh, job satisfaction, can you imagine?
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
So... Oh, this is us. Okay, we are Stanley, employee 427. I'm indeed Tatman. Okay. Picture of a hillside, having horrible flashbacks to an orc thing leaping out at the... Okay. Right. I hate Mondays, right? I'm Garfield. Okay. So that's 429. I'm guessing 428's next door. Yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Who farted? Huh, okay. All I know of this game, Purple Dalek, is that its outcomes and avenues completely change based on whether you listen to the story or deny it. Number one, Dad. Oh, I can crouch. I like work, I just hate my boss. Okay. Is that the outside world? Okay. Everyone's got pretty similar, workspaces. This is terrifying. Okay. How the mighty have fallen. Okay. Sometimes there are doors open. Oh, got coffee's fallen on the floor. Someone's been operating on something there. Well, that one was a meeting room, and we're now getting numbered doorways. Jesus Christ.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No!
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
The narrator sounded a little bit annoyed then. Did you notice? Hey, Prawn! How you devil are you doing? You're the thorough I'm being. I just... this labyrinthian thing. It's maybe I don't want to look in the staff room, but I guess I have to go in the staff room.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate...
Okay, so he's now amending his narration to go along with what I decided to do.
Beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
No, screw that. Bye.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Did I? Shame. I think I'm going to take the one up ahead.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop.
If you are justice.
Okay, so is this like supplies? Do we make stuff that gets shipped out? Is that what's happening here? Penalty for misuse of cargo lift $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift $5,000. Wait, do not jump off the cargo lift while it's
cold feet.
in motion.
Sorry to break it to you, Stanley, but that lift isn't coming back. You'd best either get comfortable right here on this platform, or test your luck by jumping to the floor below. You know what? Looking at it now, it's not that far to the bottom floor. I bet you can make it.
No.
Come on. I'm sure you'll survive the jump.
No.
Don't tell me you're scared. That's not the Stanley I know. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
The narrator's trying to get me to jump off a ledge. What is happening? I'm staying here, mate. Oh, what a lovely warehouse. Oh, fuck it.
Whoops. Looks like I was wrong. How clumsy of me.
Throwing out the credits then. Oh shit.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Where's the meeting room?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. Sure.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Go in the broom closet. Fucking what? Sorry? Sorry, what? Sorry, what? What? Fucking what? For those just tuning in, that's my name. Okay. Please, no more charts. Please, I'm begging. I don't think so, Stuart. Oh, I can open it.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
No, I didn't.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet.
Yeah, I'm
He wasn't even doing anything.
Nope.
At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Oh, this is brilliant.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance
Love you
to
too,
the
Zach.
story whatsoever.
Have a good evening, my darling.
I
See you
never would have
soon.
thought to mention it.
Almost for Zach.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
What is happening?
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is.
He's getting
That
really
or with
annoyed.
drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible
Wait, so he's assuming that we, the player, are dead.
thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless
Hello,
human
Alicia.
physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term
my lovely?
sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming.
So he just wants someone to
so that
remove the
irony
corpse.
and insightful commentary of
And
this
start playing.
game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
No. I'm staying right here, buddy. So who's played this before? I have a feeling Jeff has either played it or is well aware of the narrative avenues. Purple Dalek's played it. Once again, make sure to thank Purple Dalek, folks, if you're enjoying me having a go at this, because Purple Dalek bought me the game last night. Because they wanted to watch me go through this torture. Hey, Chewie. I genuinely think he's going to leave me alone now. I don't think he's going to talk again until we leave. I don't want to come out of the closet, Stuart. I don't want to come out of the closet. Oh, here we go.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Yeah, no, he's still entertaining the notion now, isn't he?
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Ooh, ominous. Oh.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real.
This is
And
mad.
at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue.
Yeah?
He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming!
God, imagine
he
this
yelled.
face hugger dude.
This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all.
We're back in the same
He thought
corridor.
to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to
no,
my
it's
boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying
Music's
and
getting
began
spooky.
to gently float above the ground.
Oh, I'm floating above the ground.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up.
What
How
is
was he
happening?
remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head.
Yeah?
One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head
Yes.
dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Good question.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing
God.
me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream.
Okay,
How
I'm having
could it be?
PT flashbacks
Was Stanley
now.
simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley.
Yeah.
After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too.
What?
Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control.
What is
that this
happening?
was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently.
You literally love the
And he
commentary.
invited himself
the
to
commentary
wake
is doing things to
He
me.
felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin,
Oh.
the press of the mattress on his back,
Oh, do we?
the fresh air of a world outside this one.
Right, okay.
Let me wake up, he thought to himself.
Okay, is anyone watching
I'm
this in
through
bed
with this
and
dream.
thinking this is a dream?
I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
All right. Ooh.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Back up to that name.
And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments...
In fact, I won't be surprised if he was cast in Time Heist because someone was a fan of this. Same way that Guillermo del Toro cast the lady who voiced GLaDOS in Portal and Portal 2 to play the computer AI voice in Pacific Rim.
She considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't.
Okay.
It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day.
Jesus.
The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Not going to report a dead body, love. So we've had two endings already. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered
so we
the
could
door
either
on
go
his left.
to the left and the door on the right, or we could go to the door on the left and go to the boss's office. Because going down to the basement led to that horrific loop. Try jumping a few times. Can you jump? Is there a button to jump? Doesn't appear to be a button to jump, my friend. Nope. Move, look, interact, crouch. Oh, it might be a thing. Well, there's no button for jump. But if we just climb onto the... I climb onto the lift when it first moves.
Yes,
that's
there
how
was
we
not
get
a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
Okay.
Hoping he might coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Good lord. Well, that's unnecessarily resplendent. The executive bathroom. Dirty mirror. Have you noticed how the interaction sound effect for everything is just a press of like a space bar on a keyboard? Listen. It sounds like you're tapping away at your computer keyboard. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Do you know what's also really weird about this? All of the artwork and a lot of the things in the game suggest a very British kind of vibe. But it's all dollars and, you know, Time magazine. very confusing. A up Suppresso. Because the boss knows that what the boss say. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then it's what the boss chose. Okay. Right. Okay. The beige pages. See? That's a UK thing. Yellow page. Wow. I suppose it's around the world, isn't it? Around the world, around the world. Business strategy. It's a guy holding a gun to a panda. What is happening? I am the most expensive boss. So that's the boss's office. No. Take me higher up. Got the controllers vibrating very pleasantly. Your Honour. What is happening? Why are we still going? I can hear the narrator muttering in the lift music. Oh, elevator music.mp3. Hit the button again. That was weird. I'm sorry. It's just taking us back to the same damn floor. So the lift doesn't go anywhere, it just shakes you and plays you pleasant music. Okay.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Who's seeing this game for the first time right now? And how are you feeling about it?
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
What happens if we press something else completely?
2845.
Okay.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
There's definitely mindfuckery. Oh, shoot. Oh, that's a lift shaft, isn't it? Fuck it, let's go. This is on PS5. Yes, it's a PC game, but it's finally had a console
Descending
release after
deeper
9
into the
years.
building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion
and
in his
PS4.
chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Okay. This is spooky.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Mind control facility. Mind control facility. Or follow the handwritten scroll that says escape.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut.
Yeah.
Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Yeah. Let's be brave, motherfuckers. Wait. Would it, my death be from falling? He's gaslighting you. He's gaslighting you, babes. So it was death. Oh no!
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
No worries, May. Much love. Hope you feel better soon. Sorry, what just... Did a second narrator just show up and help us escape? Is time frozen? The Stanley Parable.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
What the fuck is happening?
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Stanley's computer. Office layout. This blueprint shows the office in the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development through the core layout. Though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. The corridor's been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in good time. So this was the left and right door choice. The set of the 2 open doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. What? Filing cabinets. Office computers. It's like the different elements of the game. Recreation of the desk. The office. Button sounds. Selection of the sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is the mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. The credits for the game. The fuck is happening? What is happening? An early version of the maintenance room. Guys, what the fuck is going on? Office clock. The boss's office. Wait, that's a different version. Ah, different layouts. It's like we're looking at a museum of everything that was put together to make the game. Freedom ending. This was the very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. What is happening? Why does it feel like we're not meant to be here? Countdown desk. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down, with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down and placed the 2 endings together instead. What? Freedom ending. This is the freedom ending as it existed in beta. Oh no. You seen all this? Monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down. The freedom above and countdown below. Okay. The countdown room. It's references to endings. Yeah. Game design mock-up. How big is this exhibit? The evolution of Stanley's office over time. Exciting. Narrator emails. After the second trailer was sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. While we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of those emails. Hi, Mr. Narrator Guy. I have a question for you, sir, and it is, what is your message for today? Sincerely, Harris. Good night, dear Stroke. Rest ye well. There's a skeleton inside of you. There are more skeletons in this world than humans. Thanks and goodbye. Civ. What? Hello, Didvid. I'm playing the Stanley Parable for the first time ever. I'm so confused and scared. Just the lounge, office props. Is that the warehouse where the lift was? The apartment timer. So I guess these are endings we've not encountered. How many corridors? No, I think I know which way it is, Purple Dalek. We saw an opening further around in that room that said the Stanley Parable off. So I'm assuming there's an option to turn the game off. Why are we whispering? A bit intense, but also, yeah, the missus is asleep. Is there something we missed over here? Oh, God. I want to go back downstairs then, because there was something in that exhibit hall we didn't see. Warzone. Oh, so one of the endings they didn't use is one where you fight aliens. Okay. Yeah, over here. So I think I know where the exit is. I spotted it, but over here, there's a this little extension of corridor here. Oh, it's just it's a separate staircase for a bit more of an exhibit. Mind control facility. That's where we went. The early version of the underground portion of the game. Oh, says Alicia. Oh,
See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room? Perfect example of poor level design.
Narration
Textbook
outtakes.
mistake. It's the kind of thing you'd pick up on intuitively if you had even the most fundamental understanding of good and bad game design. But of course, you being you, you'll probably spend the next hour trying to... Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything.
Oh, that's weird.
Perfect example of poor level design.
Right. Okay. I know where we need to go. Let's get out of this never-ending hellscape. Well, rather pleasant exhibit hall. Here it is. The Stanley Parable.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Who's she talking about? Who the fuck is she talking about?
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another?
Who?
No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Who is she? Who's she talking to?
But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail.
What?
Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
I'm sorry, what?
Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
You fucking what, mate?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could
Right.
it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a
Okay.
memo.
Here's the question then. Where do you lot want to go? Do you want to defy the first choice and go to the
When
warehouse?
Stanley came to a set of two open doors.
Or do you want to
he
go to the
entered
boss's
door on
office
his
and go into the
left.
mind control facility? Which one do you want to do? Warehouse or mind control? Reveal your kink now. So if I follow his instructions, I'll get a trophy. Yeah, but is that what you want to do? Is that a short story then? If you follow his instructions to the letter, is that a quicker ending?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go
Okay,
up to his
so
boss's
dirty,
office.
dirty mind control
Hoping
it
he
is.
might find... Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his
2845,
manager's
right.
office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
No.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
What? What?
Feeling soothed
Oh.
and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Anyone else really freaked out by the bizarreness of this narration? So we didn't try this way. Is that because it's just a wall? Yes, it's just a wall. It's pretty good, isn't it, Alicia? Right, who's ready to get mind controlled?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the
So who
large
was the
door
female
that read
voice?
Mind Control Facility.
These cameras, I don't like that.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Jesus.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Observation platform.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Who are we again? 324? 234?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Yep, it's our office, alright. What's happening?
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control?
Hey,
never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
What the deuce?
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working.
What?
All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
How do I do that? How do I do that, Fambalamp? Mind controls idle. Awaiting input. Ooh.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation,
Right, so
to put an
follow his
end to this
instructions for this
horrible
room.
place
Isn't that mind
and to
control?
everything it stood for.
Can you hear that?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Secret to yourself.
Yes. He had won.
I've won.
He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin,
I'm not controlling
the
this
feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
Right.
And Stanley was happy.
Okay. Okay. Beat the game. Okay. Get your first trophy. Okay. Right. So if we do that again,
All of his co-workers were gone.
choose to turn the
What
mind
could it
control
mean?
machine on.
Stanley
what happens
decided to go
then?
to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Right. Anyone else find this
When
really
Stanley
trippy?
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Like, really trippy.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
Bye, Broom
Hoping he
Closet.
might come into a staircase,
Don't go
Stanley
downstairs,
walked
'cause that triggers,
upstairs to
like,
his boss's office.
Only a bad ending.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Okay, that's amazing. He's getting sarky about the narration now because he knows we're just going to do the same thing.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an
Right, y'all ready to
enormous
get your
room
mind control
packed
on?
with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed.
427,
Each
where are we?
bore the number of an employee in the building.
There we are.
Stanley's co-workers.
Dead ahead, center of the
The
screen.
lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Freedom, nothing.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
This game is like
No.
if Douglas Adams had stuck
He
around long enough to
refused to
develop
believe
games in the
it. He
2010s.
couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's
No,
control?
selfishly die.
Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in,
Here we go.
Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Oh, yeah, it
For
will.
he would dismantle... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself? Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent,
Oh, God.
Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say...
Oh, God.
2 minutes.
Shit.
Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
Yes.
A moment of solace before you're obliterated?
Sure.
All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free.
What?
Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times,
go back,
I let the
I
office
imagine.
sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing.
Crisp.
Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left.
I'm amazed,
but
'cause
I'm
there's more
enjoying this so
possibilities
much.
here now.
You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees.
Why would he do that?
Oh dear me,
Unless he's
what's
trying
the
to
matter,
bluff us.
Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going
Controls
or what you're
vibrating.
supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something
so
here
can't
will
do it here,
save
then.
me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless.
Wow.
To see you made humble.
Wow.
This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy.
kinda
You
hot.
wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Did we just blow up? We just blew up.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited.
Yep.
Hours passed.
Yep.
Then days. Had years gone by?
Yeah.
He no longer had the ability to tell.
Probs.
But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Who's watching this baffled? Oh my god, if you wait in the office, you get killed. Has anyone noticed the narrator getting more and more...
A soft wind blew outside
demanding?
and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Oh, this is unnerving now. Anyone else getting creeped out now?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Fuck.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room.
Bye.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Now, we didn't do that last time, did we? We went this way. Go left into the lift. Well, hang on. Hang on. I'm going to defy him this time.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Take me this way. Take me to church. Let's not dive off
Look,
this
Stanley,
time.
I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your
Mad, isn't it,
enemy,
Alicia?
really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley.
Could I fall
Someone
off there?
you've forgotten about.
I wonder if I could
Please,
fall off there onto that
stop
ramp.
trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life.
Who's her?
She's been waiting.
Employees should never, under any circumstances, This all torn up. Oh my god. What is going on?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
What is happening? UK plugs, though.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right.
Wait, our apartment is the same number as
Okay,
our office.
there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee 47. Press triangle on your controller.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Please press up. I want to press something else. Does nothing. Press up.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, In his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Anyone else scared and aroused? Scare-roused?
And so he began to fantasize about his own job.
The TV's vanished.
First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished
Hello, Rebecca.
off the face of the earth.
You've joined us in an
The
existential
thought
nightmare.
excited him terribly.
Just press triangle to spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Please press square to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
What the fuck is happening? Please press circle to tell your kids a story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Please press X to tell your wife you love her.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be?
Oh no,
In
that door's going
reality,
to be the door
all
back
he's
out to the
doing is
office.
pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one.
Please press right to go to sleep. Oh.
And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Okay. Please press circle to be at work in the morning. I'm not pressing anything. I'm not. I'm not gonna do it. Is anyone else freaking out? Fuck, I'm pressing
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Please press square to question nothing.
I suppose I can't.
I think we need to consult the expert on traps here. Mr. Trapples, is this a trap? Hi, gang. The camera's autofocus is switched off, so you're going to see me blurry. But my popular silhouette from a cartoon, which I'm not legally based on, makes it easy to see which part of me is which. This isn't a trap. It's entrapment.
Which still makes me horny.
Thank you, Mr. Trapples. Alicia, I think you'll find that is popular and legally distinct cartoon character Jed Frones. That's Jed Frones. Mr. Trapples himself, Jed Frones. Any similarities to another cartoon character with a similar sounding name is purely coincidental. Isn't that right, Jed Frones? Oh, God. Right.
Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to.
I must.
Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please
and
die.
Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again.
Oh.
And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Right. Right door.
Stanley had never seen the office this
Follow
brightly lit.
instructions. Oh,
Was
the
it a
narration's
sign of
different.
something? He hoped it was. He hoped very
Doobie
much
Scoop.
that it was.
Doobie Scoop. Doobie Scoop. That door was not there before.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
What the fuck is happening? What is happening? What is this?
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh my god, it's actually new.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe,
Which is what
a
we're playing.
reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful.
fuck is happening?
I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Can I get back on the ride? Yes, but it won't ride.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Maybe. I mean, it's not moving.
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
This elevator's carpeted. Don't know how I feel about that. How would Jed Frones feel about that? Jed Frones from Doobie Scoop.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley.
Even the narrator doesn't know what's happening anymore. New content. The jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
What the fuck? Press X to jump. You can't jump.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Okay, this is incredible.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could count to 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And if... Oh, wait.
Watching but
more.
not following? Consider
Very
dropping a
cool.
follow, folks. We play all
Yes.
kinds of games.
I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Okay. You're on a gantry. Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Killed me in at
What
least
do you
3 of the
say,
games.
friend?
He's killed me in 3 of the games. What does he mean, like, having a great time? That's not the corridor outside our office. But that's a picture of the corridor outside our office.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Okay. Did we die? Nope.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret.
Oh.
Take a look.
What the fuck? Still office supplies. Okay.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Okay. We're gonna relive the launch of the original game now.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Is that the page on Steam? Okay. 2013, when the Stanley Parable was released. Audience Award, Independent Games Festival. They didn't win the BAFTA, so they The Last of Us won the BAFTA, so they stuck the tape over the top. Our first kiss. My first car. The release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. Even the clock's just stuck on 2013. Postcards of the gift shop. The original remake. Oh, buy on pressurized gas instead of steam. What is happening? Just $1. Like it's an album. Oh, what's a little creepy back to the mind control illusions there. Smile because it happened. It's like an artist rendering of Stanley sat happily at his desk. Demonstration, is that like a demo? Unachievable. It is impossible to get this achievement. Go outside, don't play for 5 years. That's a genuine trophy for this, by the way. If you don't play the game, like you stop and then 5 years later boot it up, you get a trophy for called Go Outside. Chewie, we're in bonus content that didn't exist in the original game. And right now we're looking at the memory lane of the release of the original game because the narrator's sick of this remaster. New video game releasing today. The New York Times. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Oh, Jesus. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. In Ultra Deluxe, it's now 10 years. Oh, Jesus. In loving memory of little Stanley. Oh, is that a mouse or a hamster? That'll be an office pet that passed away.
Je suis dans la mémorisation, sur la pluie des loups, et je n'attends plus que toi.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote,
I'm sorry, did they just reference one of my favourite YouTubers? James Stephanie Sterling of the Jimquisition. I'm assuming James Stephanie Sterling knows that she's mentioned in... Oh my god.
So many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art. Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created. Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Oh shit. More choices. Person of the year, Stanley. Model of Stanley, that's the woman who saw our corpse in one of the endings. Greatest wealth is memory. Shit, can we not go back out that way? Because there was a downstairs. No, okay. So even now, there's like more choices. You got to try and remember all the ones that you made if you want to try and do them all.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
We're playing a game that's commentating on itself. It's magnificent. Oms for little one. Hope you're doing well, my love. What is going... So where do we go now? Oh. Oh, the doors are reopened. The serious room. Okay.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
But then we're stuck in
Wait.
the original loop.
Hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
What?
What's this? What's down here?
Hey, Destiny! Hello, my dear. What up? Welcome to Existential Crisis, the video game. It's fascinating. Hey, Yorda! Oh my god, how many of you are up so late? Welcome aboard. A poker pie of some kind.
No,
Usually a
oh
teacup.
God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
So for those who just joined us, we're playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. It's a PC game from 2013 I've always wanted to play, and now there's a console version of the Stanley Parable, the original game. You're Stanley, you work in an office, it's an endless loop. All the other employees have disappeared, and the narrator tells you what to do. Except, if you deny him or defy him, he starts to bitch about you or influence the events. In one scenario, he killed us off in a mind control chamber. In another scenario, he let us plummet to our death off a gantry. In another scenario, he sent us to be crushed by a machine, but then a female narrator took over and took us on an exhibit of the game, as though it was an ancient, period in history in a museum. And now we're in the new content, which the narrator is fuming about. So he's taken us, because he doesn't think it's good enough, so he's taken us to a memory place that's got good reviews of the original game release, although now he's stumbled across the customer reviews. This game is weird, and I'm loving it. Let's see how much we can push it.
Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh god, these are going to be bad reviews from Steam.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining.
It says Steam on the Steam version.
Funny? I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Tom, I couldn't even begin to explain what you've missed. I mean, I literally just explained what you missed. I'm not going to repeat it. Someone in chat, type up the basics, because otherwise I'm saying the exact same thing again. Basically, Tom, we're now in the bonus content of the game that's been added for this version, and the narrator is not happy about it.
Okay, let's see what this one says.
Oh god.
While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley? I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record.
What is going on?
I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
I'm scared and aroused.
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
I'm scared aroused.
What's
It's also
this
weird
one
to be
got
outside
say?
in this game now.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have.
Oh, okay. I thought we were going to die then. I thought we were going to drown.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
I'm clicking it.
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Oh, Stanley, you're back.
Oh, got
you're
the plan.
Back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with.
I'm such a prick.
Oh... Hello, it's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time.
Who here thinks I'm
I
being
stopped
mean to the
keeping
narrator?
track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days. Months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the
I think they're mad at me. Clock's falling off the wall. Fire alarm's going off. Is that because the batteries run out?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the...
Oh my God. Do you think he's asleep?
The end is never the end, 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 is never...
Jesus. If you're watching and not following, by the way, consider dropping a follow. If you're enjoying this bullshit, please feel free to tip. Holy shit. What has happened here? So something smashed through the roof. Okay. I'll give you a tip. Always look left and right when you cross the road. Oh. I don't know what it is, your da. Is there a filthy message from your da sells Nivea for men? Oh! Okay. Oh no. How the fuck? We're just normal, man. Okay, those are ghoulish sounds coming from outside now. Like proper nightmare, like sirens flying through the sky kind of noises. And the button's on the ground. And the building's on a wonk. And the world has ended. People who've played or watched the Stanley Parable before, is this all completely new? What is happening? Fuck is happening? Oh, I heard that, Chewie, on the radio. Radio 1. Oh. That was an ending. That was an ending. What the fuck?
All of his co-workers were gone.
And now
What
we're
could
back
it
to
mean?
the normal...
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, so what's the one version that we haven't done from the original so far? We didn't follow the instructions after going through the wrong... Go through the wrong door and then follow the instructions. What? No. No. We can't ignore it now because they've added a sign. There's new stuff. There's new New York. Oh, fucking hell. I guess we're going this way.
Oh, good. You notice my sign.
Oh.
Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
Okay, so last time this took us through a theme park ride that explained the new content. No theme park ride. Okay. Straight to the lift.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further.
What?
Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
What? Oh god. Oh Jesus.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Is it?
Calling
Just
it
a
a Stanley
showcase.
Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic
Photos
statement
of paintings.
right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Oh my god, could you see that? Fucking hell. What the hell? Oh god. Okay. Who's confused and who's aroused? okay, we've got crows logos on the back of the laptops, but we have, like, new technology. What's that? More the Stanley Parable. Better the Stanley Parable. Win-win. Sequential mind share. Paradigm shift. Synergy. Brick and mortar approach. Envelope. Client-centric marketing. The color red. Leverage. Holistic value. 1 to 2. I love how this is their way basically of saying we're never going to do a sequel. Because we're taking the piss out of the notion of it in this game. Logo ideas. Fucking hell. 2 Stanleys.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or
Oh, this is fucking funny.
logical, really.
Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, brackets, City, Divinity, Original Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar. Dark Souls 2. No. Oh, CJ, no. What the fuck? What is happening? What is this? What is this? The fuck is happening?
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Reassurance bucket. Merch. Fucking hell. The button that says the name of the player that's playing the game. Sorry, what? You cannot.
For the
thrust that in
Stanley
front of me.
Parable 2, I asked myself,
We already had it
what
guess
do
my name by
players really
accident
want?
before, do you remember?
And of course,
The Broom
the
couple.
first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't
Goldilocks
that
and the Three Bears
wonderful?
logic. I'm Agatha, Bob, Jen, San, Peter, Craig, Harry, Joe, Jane, Dave, Shira, Timmy, Bert, Bart, Steve, Imran, Joe, Jane, and all the rest. Okay, what do you think the gag's going to be? Because there's no way it's going to say my name or my username. So what's the gag? Name. Hear yours today. The button that says the name of the player who is playing the game. Oh, good lord. We ready?
Jim. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you
ready,
are,
Jim?
and simply
Here we
become
go.
a person named Jim. I want you to imagine yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
You ready, Jim?
Jim. Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you! The button described you. Do it again. Do it again.
Fucking hell.
Ooh, it hits even harder the second time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the gym button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Good lord.
Whoa there, cowboy. Sometimes a person can be too much Jim. I'm putting the gym button away. Otherwise, soon you'll start to lose all sense of who you actually are.
Okay. Well, that was the gym experience. An exhibition for Jim. An ex-gymbition.
I suppose I could allow only people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
Photo op, areas. You heard Jim in the game. The button that says Jim. That's Jim. It's changed to Jim. What the fuck? Epilogue. We don't want to go that way yet then, do we? Please, no screenshots. I wonder. Huh. Okay. Should we go see the reassurance bucket?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it.
I feel that.
I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting.
Does anyone else
You may
lost the
even come to
existential dread of
long
this?
for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Who out in there in chat is feeling like a Jim?
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Well, thank you.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Fucking hell, this is weird. I guess we've just got the bucket now.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
I've just realised something. That's a QR code. I shit you not. It takes you to a website about the Stanley Parable 2. That's phenomenal. I'm keeping that in my browser to look at later. That is brilliant. So 1 second. Try the infinite hole. I beg your pardon. Oh, that's this one.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Happy 12th birthday, stepniece.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Oh, okay. Okay. That's... Can we press it? No. Right. Bye then, cardboard cutout of Stanley.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
Jesus Christ. The jump circle!
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle.
Yes, we jumped up and down in a jump circle and got excited.
Well, I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
Jesus Christ. I wonder if we hadn't used them all up and we saved one for here, if that'd be a trophy. You are here. So we don't want to go out the exit, we want to try the epilogue. Don't we? The exit's that way, so we won't go that way yet. We'll do the epilogue before we leave. Collectibles. The infinite hole. Free, new and easy trophy. I can't believe it's that simple. Get it here. Pull the lever, receive your new trophy, no more steps. It just works. Get yours right now. Is this a trap?
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident?
Yeah.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you.
What is happening?
It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken.
Right.
I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Flipping hell. Right, let's go back out then. Free trophy, except there isn't. Well, at least we tried, I suppose.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Infinite holes up that way. Let's check this out. Oh, Jesus. It's a big rotating Stanley.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the
Hey,
Stanley
George.
Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
My Chemical Romance, what's the news? 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 Oh, that's horrendous. Oh, I don't care for that.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they
music's
give
so
you a
good.
big fancy reward
They
for
released
it.
a new song.
Absolutely
Amazing.
tragic.
I will listen after this. MCR are one of my favourite bands, so that makes me very, 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 very happy to hear. Settings World Champion. Okay. Fetch your eyeliner, they're back. I had a feeling they'd be working on new material after the attempted world tour before the pandemic hit. So this is the epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it would go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Fucking hell. So after all that, that wasn't even a feature? Oh, Jesus. Okay. So we've not tried the infinite hole. Oh, okay, we'll give that a try then. So you have to, like, what? Just change all the settings. That's weird. So just change them all a little bit.
This is the story of...
A slider with 100 values has to be set to 100. Okay, so that doesn't have 100 values. Wait, so hang on. Everything that has a value of 100 needs to be set to 100. Well, these have that.
This is the story... This is the story of a man...
God, I'm confused and aroused. Wait, what? So, we need to set this to 1. Well, okay, that isn't 1. That doesn't have that as an option. It's a lot of fun so far, John. I've never played Stanley Parable before, so this is a fucking joy. So just like any of them, just do 1. Wait, so hang on, Dalek, just sum it up in one sentence. I have to change everything to 1, and then replay the game, carry on playing, and then go in and change everything to 2, and then carry on playing, and then go back in and change everything to... Because if that's how you do it, I am not doing that. We'll be here for a fucking hour. We'll be here for an hour if that's the case. We were just saying, Chewie, yeah, George brought the good news. The news of the Lord. Lord Gerard has shown us the way. This implies, of course, an album in the works. Right, I'm going to go back to the trophy while we work on the logic of this. Click slider 1 to 1, then 2 to 2, 3 to 3, and so on until max. Every slide. Right. So we just go into the pause menu, do it all once. So we go.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
You can't hold it down. What? Oh, Jesus Christ. Is this going to be worth it? Is this going to be worth it for something? Folks, can you cheer me on in some way, please? Lucy's asleep, Chewie, so she will not have been informed.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
So is it just these four thingies, Dalek, or all the meters?
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh my god.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Inspirational noises. So every setting with a meter, is it? Just to be sure, we'll turn every setting on and off. Oh my god, please cheer me on, guys. My brain's melting. Eat bomb, eat bomb, eat bomb. Oh my god. Right. Controls. There. Field of sensitivity is at 72, so we'll remember that for when we reset it. Okay. No, we've committed to this now. Purple Dalek, we're doing this one. Fuck. We've lost 2 viewers. Who's going to stick it out? Who's going to stick it out? It won't go any further. Game's frozen. Oh, there we go. That was weird. Settings World Champion. Oh, we did it. We did it. We did it. Wait, is this... Have we done it? Was that the thing? Hey, Ali 3G House. How you doing? Oh my god. Was that it? Was that it, or is there more? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my...
Ah, I can see you've gotten...
Wait 1 second. Oh, Jesus.
The Settings World Champion trophy.
Oh my god,
Well
Purple
done.
Dalek. Could we please thank
You've
Purple Dalek for
experienced
that
every
ridiculousness?
setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting. Something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider and that it'll be accessible from the settings menu. We'll sort out the rest of the details later.
Oh, good
I
lord.
hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity in the Stanley Parable 2.
Could we get some Bruceys and GGs for Purple Dalek, please? That was ridiculous. You are the champion of setting all the sliders to all possible numbers. Please enjoy this room. This is your room. It was made just for you. They will never set the setting sliders to every possible setting. Boo? Oh, good lord. Oh my god. So what about the free trophy? Is that something we could actually achieve? Or is that just a big tease? And then we'll try the infinite hole. Oh my god, my brain. I feel like my brain's melting. My brain is melting. While I walk around with the bucket of reassurance. Oh my god. It's kind of real, but not yet. What does that mean? Can we go this way? Yes, yes we can. Oh god, my mind. My fucking mind. Oh god, right. What have we not tried? We've not tried the infinite hole. The exit's that way, so we gotta be careful we don't walk to the exit yet. Oh my god. Right. To the infinite hole. I need to go for a slightly infinite pee in a minute. Wait, what the hell are we about to... Purple Dalek, yes. I want to see the infinite hole. Rim.
Well,
'Tis Christmas, my lord.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Why would we want to do this? Why would you present this to us? Why would you present this option to us? You know we're going to jump down the infinite hole. But then are we stuck? Will we be stuck? Will we not have any other options? Whole time. Hashtag whole time. Stop. Holy time. Fuck it. Fuck it, bucket.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Or do we let this carry on?
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe
Filthy
do it
little
on
one.
the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Filth.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated
cigarette
by
ends.
falling.
Somebody has been stuck
What
here
normal
before.
person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when
Maybe
you're
I stay
ready.
here. Maybe I just stay here. Yeah, sit down in protest. Holding on to my bucket. I can has bucket. Right, I really quickly need to pee.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Did this room have a roof before? Or am I misremembering? Did you pee on your internet router? Yeah, did you not? Is that not where you guys went to pee? On your routers? Jump back into the hole. What?
Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
Well...
Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole.
Well.
If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here?
What is happening and why?
Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Who here is worried about their hole getting smaller?
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working?
No.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was
Stuck in
working
this
just a
small
moment
hole.
ago. Try it again.
Love a small hot well. Little one.
Still nothing?
Little one loves the small.
Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole.
Oh,
and
shit.
now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
What the... No. He's straight up just left us. He's left us. He's left us in his tiny hole. What's that sound? Can you guys hear that sound? Where? Where? Where are we? What is this? What the fuck is happening? Change your perspective. Holy shit. GTA cinematic camera angles. Hi, Stanley. Change your perspective, change your perception. Perception. Change yourself.
You're no longer using up this space of mine. My head's strong.
Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
Do you have to?
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodlepip.
What is happening? What the fuck is going on? Why is this happening? Why isn't it happening all the time? Why is it only happening sometimes? Why am I scared and aroused again? I'm scare roused. Again. Oh, hang on. The end is not the... Oh, right. Wait, it's brought us back to the beginning of...
Here we are. Go on.
Stanley
Try
Parable
out some of the new
2.
features.
Just the name button, the button that says Jim. Okay, so it's still Jim. Mostly Infinite Hole. The name of it's changed. Rather listen to Matt Berry say, huh? Fine, it ended. Can we unlock the trophy now? I fell down another fucking hole. Is it ready? Not yet. Okay. I fell down another fucking hole again. On my ass. I'm not shouting because it's late. Okay. Well, the only place we've not checked out is the exit. So should we use the exit? Did I collect all the thingy bobs? Are there... Wait, there are others? I thought it was just the one that was in here. I thought it was a meta commentary on the endless nature of collectathons. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? What? What? Where are the others? Are they around here? Yeah, it said 1 out of 6, but I just assumed that was a commentary on the nature of... What? So, are there little quivering blokes around here, then?
Come now. You've already made your choice. It's true that you chose badly, but we all have to move on from our mistakes.
They're not around here, so they're not here at all, then. Okay. Getting a very mixed message from you folks right now. Should I go check the hole out again? See if he's reframed the exhibit internally? Oh my god. No, I can't visit it anymore. The hole is cut off. They've cut off my hole. So I guess the exit's the only... The exit's the only place we've not tried. So... Exit? I assume that's the plan. God, look at the giant statue. Crikey, Rebecca. Just a fucking nuisance to have to do that. Oh, I'm glad to
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I mean... Doesn't seem to be anything else. Is that a bag? Is that a laptop bag just chilling? I'm waiting for someone to be like, no, there's a thing you've missed. There we are. Okay, please no screenshots. I took a screenshot earlier at a no screenshots place, and I was wondering whether or not that'd be a trophy in itself. For example.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yeah. Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Okay.
Okay. Are you ready?
As ready as I'll ever
Here
be.
it is. I give you...
Yes?
The Stanley Parable 2.
Right.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better.
George scared, who's aroused?
Here we go. Version 2.
Gotta have someone scared and someone who's aroused.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything.
A good gag.
I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it.
You asleeps.
With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title
Sweet
screen
dreams,
that
little
says with
munches.
bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect.
Wish
Go
little one
ahead.
watches good night, everybody.
Take a look.
So the sequel. Okay.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Gotcha.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee
Oh, look,
number
those balloons are everywhere
427.
now.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day
Enjoy
of
your
every
holes.
month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job.
Okay, I'm skipping because it's the same intro as the original.
All of his co-workers were
But
gone.
now these balloons are
What could
everywhere.
it mean?
They didn't used to be
Stanley
here.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There's the bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Okay, so the new content door seems to have gone.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Nope, we're going the only option we didn't go last time.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
So the narration's changed. Good lord. Sorry, 1 second.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind.
Nope, fuck that
The
noise.
bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back
This
to
is
the
the
meeting
only
room.
original route we didn't
And so
take.
the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Oh shit. Two versions we haven't done yet. I can has bucket in the future.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place
What
eventually.
the fuck?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content.
Yeah, that'll do. Oh god, we've got to enter the current time again. Okay. Alright. Well, it's, I'm guessing it's inconsequential. So it's, 7 minutes past 10, so it is. What am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? Let's go for 8 minutes past 10, just to round it up. Lovely. Well, thank you, Daniel. Your check's in the post? Hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. Hey, Beam Stream! But you're actually taking the time to set the clock, and I appreciate that. That's how I know that you care about this experience. You're paying attention. I don't even have any way of knowing if the times you're setting are correct. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you've been so cooperative, next time you boot up the game and see this screen, just set the clock to your favourite time. Go ahead, pick whatever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. Alright, I'll let you get back to the video game now. What? Do you know what? Let's see what happens if that happens. Let's see what happens. Let's close the game. Back in. Already it's finding new ways to make me love it. It gets dark around here early because of all the crows. Please enter the current time. Should we enter the correct time again? Ah, 10:08 p.m. Your favourite time of day. Or could you simply not resist giving me the correct time again? After all, I know how much you enjoy setting the time correctly. Okay, now I'm curious how accurate 10:08 p.m. is. Let's use another slider to find out. How accurate is 10:08 p.m.? It's partially accurate now. Keeks, hello, gorgeous! How you doing? You know, can I just say, regardless of the accuracy of the clock, I'm having a great time adjusting these settings. I feel like I'm learning more about you and how you like things to be set. It's good to collect data. I wish we had more sliders, but we've gone through all the sliders I have. Perhaps I can invent some new sliders to gather new data on you. Shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, let me whip a couple new ones up. Should be ready by the next time you boot up the game. Oh my god, you're feeding Bub. Oh, I'll try and keep it to an acceptable level. Regular viewers who've been asking me how Kix and Matt are doing, take a guess. So now we're in the Stanley Parable 2 because we accidentally unlocked the pitch meeting for the sequel in our playthrough last night. Mad.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Let's go through the intro as it's meant
Stanley
to be.
worked for a company
With
in
these
a
added
big building
balloons.
where he was
How's
employee
Bubba?
number 427.
That's the Keeks. How's everyone else doing? I'm doing
Employee
okay.
Number 427's
Got my haircut today.
job was
Got
simple.
my future
He
sister-in-law.
sat at his desk in Broom 427 and he pushed buttons on a
See,
keyboard.
it's got a nice bit of
Orders
shape
came
it
to
now.
him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427
You can
did
Hoover wash his
every
lips.
day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came.
Should we attempt the speed
Though he
play?
had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley...
Let's attempt the speed play. Welcome back.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Let's attempt the speed
What
play.
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
If you get banned again from watch time with no chat,
When Stanley came to a
Have
set
we
of
met
2
before?
open doors, he entered the door on his left.
if you got banned before, it's probably for a reason.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley
Thank you,
walked
Keeks.
upstairs to
Just
his
getting a mess.
boss's
I want to
office.
change it. Let's see if we get the speed run.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments.
Oh, we're not gonna be
with
able to do the
some
speed
calming
run.
new age music.
We're not going to be able to do the speed run. Shit. God damn it.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated,
God damn
Stanley
it.
calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Well, it was worth a try. Oh god, COVID's a ball ache, innit? I've had it a couple times now. Once in 2020,
Descending
once
deeper
the start
into
of
the
this year.
building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
If it played as the music, I don't know if we'll be able to get the speedrun trophy.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Let's see if we can do it.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Oh!
What
I've read about
horrible
this.
secret did this place hold?
How am
Stanley
I?
thought
Is that
to
me,
himself.
or is that
Did
however
he
else
have
doing?
the
I'm doing
strength
okay.
to find out?
Oh my god. So, if we don't get the speedrun trophy, it's because of that fecking...
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored
Control
in his
aesthetics.
face
Oh, if you've never
where
seen this
freedom
before, we'll
meant
do a proper
nothing.
run in a minute. But it's pretty magical.
This
Come on, let me
mind
get up there, I wanna
control
climb.
facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really
Speedrun,
been under
speedrun.
someone's control all this time?
Speedrun!
Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring
Speedrun!
job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable.
Yeah, Keeks,
Wasn't
if it's
it?
cool with you...
Was it even possible?
Had
he
people have been
truly
asking for like the
spent
last
his
week
entire
how you've been
life
doing.
utterly
And
blind
it's
to
not
the
my place to
world?
say. If it's cool with you, do you mind if I tell people if they ask?
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very
You cool with
place.
it?
And as
Thank
the
you.
cold reality of his past began
Wanted
to
to check
sink
with you
in,
first before I said
Stanley
anything.
decided
So now if
that
anyone
this
asks, I can be
machinery-
like, yeah, all's well. What I've been saying to everyone for the past week is, they're good. It's not my place to tell you. We'll wait until Keeks comes in.
blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
You had a small human about a week ago. She's sleepy and angry.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command.
Don't worry, we're
Freedom
gonna
was
be back
mere
in the game in a minute.
moments
I'm just
away.
attempting the speedrun, but
And yet,
the chill music
even
in
as the immense
office
door
makes me think you
slowly
missed it.
opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
Yes, he did.
The feeling of liberation.
Yes, he
The
did.
immense possibility of the new path before him.
Yes, he bloody
This
well
was
did.
exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Oh, hang on. Right. Okay, let's try again, shall we? Welcome, everybody, to the Stanley Parable. Welcome to the Stanley Parable, a video game.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
We'll go through a
Stanley
basic
decided to
premise
go to the meeting room.
for those who've
Perhaps
not
he
seen
had
it before.
simply missed a
Who
memo.
here's never seen it before? Oh, there's the bucket. There's the reassurance bucket. Hello, reassurance bucket. So, we're going to try something I've been curious about since yesterday.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I'm going to the door on my right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
And then we left.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah, I might do that. Or... See, last time we came here, we got
Stanley
on that
was
platform.
so bad at following directions
and we
that
fell off it and
incredibly
died.
wasn't fired years ago.
We built on that platform and it let it set off on its own. And then he said we could make the jump. We jumped and died. We've been taken over there into a mysterious adventure. I want to try something else. Notice how there is a pathway there. This platform goes forwards.
Look, Stanley,
and then
I think
up.
perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
But what if
I'm not your enemy, really.
we try and go
I'm
through
not.
that door?
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting.
You don't work
Stanley.
in this factory, do you, Daniel?
Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yeah.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something
Danger.
beautiful.
Danger
Look,
everywhere.
Let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Okay. Simon, hello! Hello to Glasgow! How's it going? Oh, we've got a new choice.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
There's one of the collect... Right.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried.
Just so you know, the sequel is now paused. So we started playing this yesterday, and at one point, we witnessed the new content for this re-release. The new content turned into the narrator pitching to us a sequel called The Stanley Parable 2, because as far as he was concerned, re-releasing the first game with just some new material was shit and boring and pointless. So releasing instead a sequel would be better. But then his pitch kind of fell apart. But as you can see, the game's still referring to itself as a sequel. And one of the things he pitched was finding collectibles everywhere. And we've just found one.
So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Oh, God, I love this game. Let's go to the blue door.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood.
Oh.
Stanley walked through the red door.
Blue door.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, look, a blue door.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want
want
to find
choices
out
it
what
presents to
lies
you.
at the end of this road you've chosen? Well,
Yes,
don't
I do.
let me stop you.
Okay, we go.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place.
What?
Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go.
Oh.
A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
I could do. Or I could just go down the right door again. the hell?
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Be neutral.
Oh, of course. A 3. Really?
Yes.
Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on
nice
the data
sound.
from your previous playthrough, I've
Good
compiled
shout.
a new version. And to be perfectly
We've been trying to
candid,
get away for a
I
while.
think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Oh. Stanley Parable Worldwide Leaderboard. Good old Neil. Skid. Nicho Nacho. Vola. Hogarth. Mr. Hayes Esquire. Awesome. Oh. One of those pictures was the Cookie Monster. A dead rat. And then us. Compete against others to improve your Stanley Parable career. How long does it take you to get to the correct door? I'm going down the incorrect door again. Oh, for Christ's sake.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Let's give him a 4.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Ah! Okay, it's a big cardboard picture. It's fine. It's fine.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
The second.
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over.
Oh.
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable.
Is this one of the other
Hey,
endings?
since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes. This seems like it'll work.
What?
Let's give it a shot.
What is happening? What is happening?
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motive?
We're in Firewatch. Squad veterans. We're back in Firewatch. Why are we playing Firewatch?
Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep town.
That's not what
Perhaps
it
for
is.
some sort of twisted erotic purpose.
Oh, God.
Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley, and it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
We're playing Firewatch now. When did this happen? How are we playing Firewatch? It's Firewatch. We're suddenly in Firewatch. It's got to be the same developers, right? Has to be, because this is just Firewatch. One of the best games we ever played on this channel.
surely can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
What the hell?
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around, no right or wrong direction.
Avengers Endgame is the most ambitious crossover ever made, and Crows really turned around and went, hold my fucking beer. Oh, we talking about the Evil Dead game? I bought it. It's here. It's here. It's here. It's fucking here. We'll be playing it tomorrow. We're playing it tomorrow night.
No path to follow. You can just
starting early evening and going late.
Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
So for anyone who's confused, we've been transported from the Stanley Parable into the freaking Amazing Adventure game.
One.
We're in Rocket League now. He's taken us to the pitch in Rocket League.
Exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
How are we in Rocket League? Hi, Rebecca.
Okay,
we're in
so
Rocket
what
League now for some
exactly
reason.
do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown
This is
together.
part of the new content, isn't it?
Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Ah! What? Okay.
And that's why heaven is
Elena
full of
Arama,
angels.
thank you for the follow. Welcome to me losing
Are you
tripping
doing it?
balls.
Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley,
Oh, lovely. That's such a nice thing to say. That was easy. What a
I have a
treat.
thought, and I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it? Stanley, I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more.
What is going on?
Insatiable. More balls!
The fuck is happening?
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right.
Oh.
Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say goes. You get to have fun when I let you, Stanley. Besides,
All right.
you need someone like me to set boundaries for you. Without rules or boundaries, video games are nothing. Yes, that's what I am. I'm structure. I'm your sense of purpose. And since you decided
right.
you didn't want to play my game, now I don't want to play with you either. So, goodbye, Stanley. I'm leaving. See how you like it when I'm not around to set the rules. Somehow, I don't think you'll enjoy it as much. But who knows? You're an inventive kid. You'll come up with something. After all, you're the one who knows best. Take care, Stanley.
So we're not in Rocket League anymore, or we are? Where does he want us to go? Has he just left? He's left us. He's left us. What are we meant to do? What the hell are we meant to do? Is he going to come back? We can't even interact with anything. Oh. No, I thought maybe we could climb out. Huh. Where the fuck do we go? Thanks, Matt. Hello. How are you doing? Oh. Ah!
What are you doing?
And we fell down a hole.
Throw down a big old hole.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Where the hell are we? Ah! What is happening? Okay, I'm getting Dead by Daylight vibes now. One sec. I'm very stuck. It's like The Shining. I don't know, I'm getting Dead by Daylight vibes. That's the first light we found, right? No, it's our original office. 427, this is where we're from. What is this? Can we... Okay. What are we meant to do? Daniel feels a jump scare coming on. Oh.
I wonder what he found.
Oh,
If what he wanted was
me.
to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back.
Oof.
The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Okay. What the fuck? So we're just back at the beginning of the game now. Banana and blueberry flavor squashies. I don't know what that is. Right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I don't know,
Stanley
but there was
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Now, there was a trophy I'd seen that said... I'll show it to you. Click on door 430 5 times. So let's try it, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the trophy? Click a door 5 times? Is that all you think a trophy is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks? Now, suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Okay.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause.
It said click 5 times for the
Perhaps
trophy.
50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36.
No. I'm still not feeling it.
David, is that you trying to summon the trophy?
Meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way no matter the cost.
Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. Oh. That's the reassurance bucket from the sequel pitch. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
For God's sake. 415. I like the cut of this game's jib, Keeks.
Now, back to door number 437.
For God's sake. He's really fucking with us. Oh wait, 437.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine? All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
Fucking hell. Because the cats are in.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Trying to do that trophy.
Oh.
Good lord.
Which one?
The hang on.
The door one?
Yeah. Ah.
Yes!
Oh god.
This is great!
Okay.
You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
Where's that? Oh, there.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
What is happening?
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow. That felt amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today.
It was all for that. It was all for that. Right.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nope.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, Yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah, all right.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Or... there was a touch of the Warwick Davis there, wasn't there, Suppresso?
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Can I go right? No.
Oh, no. No, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Right. 1 second. Right. But where to now?
No,
different gantry.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Right. Your choice. Do we go the same route again and see if something different happens? Or do we go that same route but go through the door he told us to?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Same, okay. Sorry, 1 second. Same, okay. Wait a minute, what?
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay. One moment. Sorry, I'm getting a bunch of nonsense. One moment. Un momento. So where we think it? Far right door.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Fucking hell.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
There's no doors.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay.
Aha! I knew
Okay, the
we'd
corridor's
missed
different.
something.
This isn't our office.
The story. Here it comes.
What?
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
What is happening? Why is this happening?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley?
What is happening?
Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all.
Neither do I.
We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Fucking hell. The Stanley Parable 2
All right,
adventure line.
I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line.
Stanley Parable Adventure Line, but
Just
because
follow
we've already gone through the pitch for the sequel,
line.
it's called
How
the Stanley
simple is
Parable
that?
2 Adventure Line. Fucking hell. Okay, well, this is new territory. Right. Hello, little one.
You see?
Welcome to the chaos.
line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny.
Okay.
Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination
I'm going
still
off,
a story?
Going off path.
Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey
Oh, for God's
such
sake.
that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation
us
of
back.
the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this
Oh,
train of
what
thought
did you go
for a
live
minute.
doing?
Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office, in fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that.
Pogo on here. Pogo.
I
you
think
say.
what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Oh no, the Riddler's been here. I did not know that song. That's because I've not listened to more than a few songs. So I'm trying to save it when I can see it at some point. But it's cool that there's expanded material out. It's always nice to get that extra stuff. I'm sorry, what's that a reference to? That's a reference to something. Right, game buffs. Clown mask, American flag. Who is this? Payday! Thank you, Daniel. That's weird. What's an Easter egg to Payday down here? Wait, what? Double check there's not one of those collectible rolls down here. You don't get anything for getting all of them, just an extra bit of dialogue.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
Will it?
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Right, okay. Hi, Fern. Can we all take a moment to acknowledge the Fern, please? Right.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No.
Hi, Fern.
No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
What is happening? I had a dog called Fern once. Oh, God.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Oh, for fuck's sake. What is happening? Hey, Purple Dalek. It's just getting worse. You all have Purple Dalek to blame. So it's not the Stanley Parable 2 adventure line anymore. It's
You
the
know
Stanley
what,
Parable
Stanley?
line. Oh.
I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us?
Can we get
We're
some
intelligent people, right?
Purple
Why
Dalek
can't
who
we
bought the
make
game
up
for
our
us
own
to play?
story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be?
We're just going
Go
in circles.
wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it.
Oh, God.
Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story.
This is
no
bizarre.
lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Oh, excuse me. Wow.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control.
Right.
How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here.
Right.
And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going?
Jesus.
And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Hello.
Min just looked for Dolly.
She's not in here.
She's there on top of the stairs. They were both just looking at each other.
The pets were trying to find each other,
Min.
and they were right next to each
Min. Min.
Oh, God.
Come here. Come on, you troublemaker. Do we leave the door open or close it? They've had food, so they won't be
Yeah, leave it open.
douches.
They won't be douching. They won't be straight douching. Chat saying hi. Okay, so he's up. Hi, bye, bye. So can't go backwards. Huh. Guess we go through here. The confusion ending. You've been playing the confusion ending.
Oh, hold up. What's this?
Both doors lead here. For 17 minutes, 50 seconds
ending.
plus.
You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this?
What is happening?
Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer
After a long time, Stanley dies.
Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
I don't think so.
So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know. I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree?
Jesus.
I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
What the hell just happened? We've restarted. Is this the restart that it was predicting?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
There's the
Perhaps he had
bucket.
simply missed a memo.
I'll leave you there for now. Right, so... Okay.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
So which
Perhaps
one are we
he wanted
gonna
to
try?
stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire
Are we going to go down the lift?
The
with
lounge
right
was
hand
sublime, a work of art.
option?
What was it about this room that...
This is tripping balls, man. So, are we going to go in the left-hand door and then go down the lift again and see what happens? Oh no, we shouldn't do that because that's what started that sequence. We're going to go ahead straight into the main door.
Called so deeply, and so... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Well, we've gone down the lift, Purple. That's how that sequence
And so he
happened. That's how
detoured
it
through
began.
the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Okay, so this has put us back in the actual story mode. Whoa! There will be a reward for finding them all. Retrieve Chris's remains from the warehouse floor. This is the Chris that was locked in the broom cupboard. Trust the completionist instinct. Possible clue. Or water slide. Places to search. Inside of sequel exhibit. Somewhere both red and blue. Stairs. Something to do with stairs. A large room. Lots of boxes. Nearby a fireplace. A private but smelly place for an important person. Executive bathroom. So there's a collectible in the executive bathroom. Do you know what? Just so we've got the option to look back at this later. Take a screenshot. There must be a point to this. Is this some kind of game? 5 there be. Just take it from me. Jesus. 666 lol. Stop kidding yourselves. I want them so much. I want to go home. There will be cleaning of this wall required. 10 steps to successful workplace investigation. Decide whether to investigate. If necessary, take immediate action. Choose an investigator. Plan the investigation. Conduct interviews. Gather documents /clues /evidence. Evaluate documents /clues /evidence. Take action. Document. Print list. Jesus Christ. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. Weird spinning figurines. This is insane. Maybe we are the collectibles. To whom it may concern, I managed to pick up sounds unusual to our regular office ambience or local audio sources using an array of cardioid microphones, also known as directional mic, a microphone which picks up sound from a particular area. Analysis of the recordings allow me to triangulate the source of the strange noise. Data shows that, in all likelihood, it's coming from a dark area behind a very warm place. I also picked up what looks like looks to be reverberance off a porcelain surface. Anyone have any leads on this? Wouldn't you like to know? Okay, yeah. So I know where 2 of them are. God, this is weird. Hey, broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Yeah, we've already done that ending. Right.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Let's quickly peek downstairs. I can hear a statue.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Right. Okay. Executive bathroom.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Right. So just to go... Oh my god. Just to go back to our... I don't know, where would the gallery be? Home. Media gallery. Okay. A large room of boxes is the next one that we'd need to check. Because the other one's the fireplace, which is up here in the boss's office. That's the lift that goes nowhere.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad, Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Oh. Thought one of the statues would be here. Did say a fireplace. Oh, there we go. Behind the fireplace.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler Anlerines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Jesus Christ. This is mental, and I kind of love it. Oh. Sorry, 1 second. Burpy burp times. Right, okay. Large room full of boxes. Now, what could that be? Because it's not the mind control ending, because that room isn't full of boxes, is it?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Nope.
Although this passageway had the word Escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Who's watching, by the way? So we're back on this train.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. So he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
That can't be right, Purple Dalek. It says 8 on my thing.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever.
I was going to say, because we've
What
already played this
exactly
ending.
did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start? Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Good Lord.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice.
Really, all those people watching?
Choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Well, it says we've got 8 viewers. How does that work? Sleep well, Simon, and enjoy the magic of Glasgow.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
Yeah, it did.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
No, it isn't.
But Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee
Leslie
lounge was simply the place to be.
Staples.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the
Now let's see if we
opposite
can trigger that one we nearly walked into yesterday.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
Here we go.
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
Your friends are here. The mannequin from the marriage in the apartment delusion.
Isn't even from the original
our desk
Stanley
computer,
Parable.
our
It's
pencil
just
sharpener,
sequel
the
content.
giant cutout baby, and the fern.
We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
What the hell is happening? It's an intervention.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Jesus Christ. Good lord, this is a tall portion. Oh.
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree? Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready. Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
The bucket's resisting!
Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
I kept pressing it. It wasn't doing it. It was like the bucket was going back into his hands.
The Bucket Destroyer My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent. All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Yes, it is. Go to the window. Climb onto one of the desks. What you saying, Purple Dalek? Which desk? But you can climb up on this one. That's it. Turn around. You need to see the numbers. Right. 434. Okay. Hang on. I'm having a moment here. 434. 431. 432. 433. Right, 434. Fuck. Okay, which one would you do? What do you want me to do? Oh. Okay. What the fuck?
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be?
What is happening?
Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
Yeah. Oh. Oh, right.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just restart the game any old time you want. Like right now.
What?
You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley.
What?
Who people considered so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them like some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes.
What is...
You too will become quite unbearable.
is happening? Hey Destiny, we fell out of the window and the narrator's now singing a song at us. Oh my god, it is going to carry on forever, isn't it? Begin the game again.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Right.
What could it mean?
Okay.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Right. I'm trying to think if there are any options we've not explored. Off the top of my head. Hey, Bucket. Welcome back. You fiend, Bubble. Right.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I know. Something we can try.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
So there's a room full of lots of boxes that we need to find.
Here's the door, just go.
Yes! We might be able to get the speedrun ending here. I wonder where the last thingy is. You've gone the wrong way. Have I? Because he already opened the door.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
He'd already opened the door, which is the quickest way to get that door open if he's sick and tired. And he opens
The lights
door
rose
already.
on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Oh, shite.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building,
Okay,
Stanley's
come on.
co-workers.
Come on.
The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
How you doing, Destiny?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
There's
Had
the gantry
Stanley
we were
really
on
been
earlier
under
when we
someone's
spoiled the game for
control all
ourselves.
this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No.
So I wonder what the
He
room full of
refused
boxes
to
is
believe
containing
it.
the last
He
of the
couldn't
collectible
accept
statues.
it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from
Through
this
the right-hand
very
door?
place. And
Tell
as
me
the
more.
cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this...
Tell me more, Purple Dalek.
blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, Even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Come on, Wumph.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
I don't think we speedran it quick enough. We must have been a few seconds off. What is the trophy? Complete the Stanley Parable in under 4 minutes and 22 seconds. I guess it should be from when you boot it up, won't it? Perhaps.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it? Is this Stanley's office?
Ah, let's follow this one through. Because he got confused by this one last time, didn't he?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. Let's just see what happens. Large room, lots of boxes.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh.
Here's the door, just go.
Okay, I've just realised something. If that's where we currently are, in terms of his cycle of behaviour with us, then we might be able to get the speedrun trophy, but we'll just have to close the game and reopen it. I'm just going to try the speedrun again, my love. Let's see what happens. We'll do the right door on the next go. Oh, it didn't ask us for the time this time. Please adjust the slider until the dog and cat are friends. He did say he was going to invent new sliders for us. Please adjust the slider to the number 5 becomes the number 9. Okay, so that's a 9, but just make sure there's no trick question. Yeah, there we go. Please adjust the slider until you stop adjusting the slider. Which of the 2 made-up words below is most appealing to you? Occuboincal or Scrumtush? I like Scrumtush. Please don't adjust the slider. I did. Do you know what time it is right now? Yes. Is it the time that is right? Is the time that it is right now the correct time? Yes. What is the time anyway? Yes. Is there anything about yourself you haven't told me? No. Help. Yes. You come back to visit me? Yes! Fucking hell. Right. Speedrun attempt, go!
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So left
When
door.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. So we've got to complete it in 4 minutes and 22 seconds.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Shit.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Begin the game again. He's stressed out at us.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh my god.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
After this attempt at the speedrun, we won't attempt the speedrun anymore, whether we get it or not. We'll go into the right-hand one and see if we can find that last statue.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest.
Begin
as
again.
though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when
how
for
so?
years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Keep in mind, we did just start that.
Stanley walked straight
Wisely.
ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
2 seconds shorter. Why? What's the trick?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength
Oh, there we
to
go. I'll
find
trim off
out?
some time.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a
We
screen.
might be okay. We made a
And
decent amount of time then with me
one of them, eternally
that gantry.
monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Hello!
And as the cold reality of
Red,
his
you
past
beauty!
began
We're
to
just
sink
attempting
in,
to see if we can get a
Stanley
speed run of Stanley
decided
Parable,
that
then we're going to carry on exploring. How are you all doing? Welcome aboard! I think I'm preaching to the choir when I talk to my viewers, but if you're not following Red, then
blackness,
my God, sort yourself
and a
out.
rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes.
Hello, everyone. Sorry, my name is Chris.
He
We're just
had
going to try and
won.
get this done,
He
and then we're
had
going to go back in and
defeated the
explore.
machine,
I hope you're all doing well. How are
unshackled
you?
himself
How
from
are you? What
someone
were you playing,
else's
Red?
command.
What were you playing, Miss
Freedom
Faye?
was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking,
If we don't get on this time,
but
that's
happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
It's the first time playing it. Well,
No
last night was the
longer
first
would
time playing
anyone tell him where to go,
I'm loving
what
it.
to do, or how to feel.
And the expanded stuff is
Whatever life he
incredible.
lives,
Like the
it
extra
will
stuff
be
they've added.
his.
Well, we're
And that
currently
was
technically
all he
playing
needed to know.
the Stanley Parable
It
2
was perhaps
because the narrator hates the
only
idea that
thing
they've just
worth
repackaged
knowing.
the original game.
Stanley
So he
stepped
pitched us a load
through
of
the
new
open
stuff,
door.
and then as soon as we added it to the game, he was really
Stanley felt the cool breeze
annoyed about
upon
it and
his
has
skin.
changed his
The
mind about a lot of
feeling
it.
Liberation,
But the game's
the
still calling
immense
itself the Stanley
possibility of
Parable
the
2
new
or
path
Stanley Parable the
before
sequel.
him. This was
It's
exactly
mad.
the way, right now, that
bloody mad,
things
like.
were meant to happen.
It's bloody mad, like, son.
And Stanley was happy.
Oh, son, it's mad. Right. So we probably didn't get that speed run. That's fine. But we're going to try
All his
something we've not tried
co-workers
yet.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Hey, Bucket.
Perhaps the confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
So,
this was not the correct
We're
way
looking
to the
for a
meeting room.
collectible
But
statue
Stanley had felt the
that has
bucket
been
calling
added to
him,
the game,
telling him
which
that
apparently
the
will not get you
employee
anything
lounge
when you
was
get all
simply
of
the
them.
place to be.
And yet,
And
we've
here
now
it
found the
was. Had
employees
the
writing
bucket
conspiracies
turned out
in the
to be
meeting room,
correct? Well,
talking
no,
about how you have
never
to
mind.
find all the
The bucket
statues
was
because it
wrong.
will bring you something else.
Stanley took the door on his left
Despite what the
to go
narrator's
back
saying.
to the meeting room.
So a room full of boxes, is that in here?
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
Look down there.
And there it is.
Oh my God.
The last Stiggly Wiggly.
Oh, they're called
Say
Stiggly
this
Wigglies
moment,
now.
Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
Thank you, narrator.
I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
What was I doing for a hunted for figurines? Wait, there's a vent. What the fuck? Where the hell are we? There's a lot of 2s written on the floor. Roman numeral 2s. What is happening? Cassettes say. Narrator dialogue. Wait, what?
Okay, this is day number 295, tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel
every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms.
Can't tell the difference between
Why
my waking life or
everything
dreams.
feels so...
Reassuring?
What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket.
What the fuck is happening?
But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get me. What's that? Who's there?
What is going on? I mean, we're literally playing Evil Dead on stream tomorrow, and it feels like we're getting some kind of prequel here. Of course we're back in the office. Of course we are. Of course we are.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
Jesus Christ. Fuck's sake. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles. So last time we were here, we were remembering the original release of the game on PC. Look, there's the awards. Well, one of them's gone missing. Still got the audience award. They've still stolen the Last of Us BAFTA. Okay.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find.
Jesus
Sure, it said
Christ.
6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
What the fuck? The fuck? We can hear wildlife. That's weird in this game.
And here was a second Stanley.
They're literally in the order that we found them.
You found this one all on your own, just by poking around by the red and blue doors. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
Under stairs. We went under stairs because then we went up to the boss's bathroom and got the 4th one.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, under the stairs. It was the 3rd one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
No, we didn't.
Well, I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
This is not what happened. Yeah, no, the third one. So the fourth one was in the executive bathroom, wasn't it? Okay, now this is creepy. It was up there in the executive bathroom. It was upstairs. I guess we better grab the creepy one.
This was the fifth mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was behind the boss's office. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Ah! It's a fucking Windows Movie Maker PowerPoint presentation. Clip art and everything. Oh my god. You found it behind the boss's office. Thanks for watching. Fucking hell.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Fuck me sideways. This isn't ominous at all.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the warehouse. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh, okay. You were in the present.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. What is happening?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Oh my god.
Okay, yes. This spot in the warehouse. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind.
Yeah,
Let's keep going. I want more.
Oh my god, he's become addicted to collecting. Hard relate.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video. Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
A room for solids.
These really were a treat to hunt down.
If we collected them in a
if there
different
had
order,
been
would it be in a
any
different
kind
order?
of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Jesus Christ. Nah, there's nothing there because we didn't choose it.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the Figlarines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Back in the exhibit hall, kind of. It's a much smaller version, though. And then the jump circle.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it. Oh, yes, the two doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Oh, fucking hell.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
Oh, God.
Yes, I'm remembering something now.
Oh.
I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again.
What is happening?
I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Wait,
I did
what?
enjoy telling his story so very much.
So-
Okay, here we go.
So this is the last playthrough.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Huh?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'm trying to think what we've not done.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
It's gone back to its
Yet
old
there was
layout.
not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming
done
to
the
a
bucket
staircase,
quiz?
Stanley walked upstairs to
Don't think I
his
have.
boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Right. So presuming he does that still, we can possibly do this food run? I don't know.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either.
Gotta move with purpose.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Right, that trims some time off. Okay, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Is this going to be possible? Loading, 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 loading.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Yeah, I did.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Oh god, come on, come on, come on.
Now the monitors jumped to life,
I can't get up
their
on this
true
desk.
nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Take me there,
No.
take me there. Let's go, let's
He
go.
refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was
Is this
unthinkable.
doable? I don't know if this is
Wasn't
doable.
it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
Okay.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that...
Oh god.
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
I don't know if that was
the
for
feeling
20
of
seconds.
liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Stanley thought it good. Good night, baby cakes. Dream ye well, dream ye sweet. Dream ye of some tasty meat. Ah, we mustn't have managed it. Didn't get the trophy.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
I want to try something.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where, coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Let's see what happens if we use the bucket in the finale. We haven't taken the bucket to the finale.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
I want to see how
The
different the
lights
dialogue is for the
rose
bucket.
on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
He's had to re-record all these lines. Like 20, like 10 years on, he's had to re-record all these lines to add the bucket into the mythos.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
What I want to know is, how do we go back
Was
to the exhibit
the
hall?
mind control facility's influence as
Get that
well?
trophy.
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Do you know there's a trophy for this edition of the game?
He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it.
Where
his own
you
life
have to
in
play
someone
it for
else's
24
control.
hours on a Tuesday.
Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point,
Like, so
he
from
could trust
midnight
no
Tuesday
one
to midnight
except
Wednesday.
for the bucket.
You have to have the game.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
You have to do the
happy
epilogue
or
first. But how do we
sad or
get back to there
content.
to do the epilogue?
Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert it. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness. Was it over?
Was it over?
Yes, they had done it.
Holy shit.
Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy,
All of this
freed
re-recorded
themselves
just
from
on
the
the bucket.
tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate.
Of course it did.
Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
What?
Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end.
What?
True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support, and to...
What?
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Oh, God.
Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place.
Wait.
Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms. Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself.
Stanley the voice
as
we
long
heard
as
on
I
the
have my
tapes?
bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I?
Is he a British guy?
Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Holy shit. Okay, so back at the main menu. Go quick to main menu. Begin the game, settings and credits. Okay.
This is the story of a man named...
Restart the whole game, like close the game. Okay. This is so weird. This is so fucking weird. What time is it? It's... Does anyone really truly know? Of course they don't. Nobody knows anything. You and I don't even know each other. We're like strangers. So I've adjusted all the game settings to your exact specifications, but who hasn't? It's just what I do, like a day job. And now the job is over. There's no more information for me to gather. I've collected all the data on you that I can. And I still don't really know you. And you don't know me. And neither of us know what time it is. I guess some settings are just unsettable. But if I'm being totally honest, the clock doesn't do anything in the game anyway. You won't have me here when the game starts next time, but that's okay. Video games were meant to be played alone. You like being alone, don't you? That's maybe the only information I've really learned about you. Well, it's time for me to leave. There's still one more setting we need to adjust, but it may take a little time before I'm ready for that. It's not really in my job description, but that's okay. Perhaps you'll see me again, if you can find me. Talk soon. What the fuck? Oh, jeez. Epilogue. What? What? Okay. Many, many years later. Alright. Wait, is this the desert we walked out into in that other ending? The fuck? So next to the... There's more wood for the fire. What is going on? Desk chairs in the middle of the desert. Sorry, I still can't quite get over before the game just turning into Firewatch and then Rocket League. Oh, it's the memory place. The memory zone. What was behind me in that area, Purple? Generator powering it all. Oh. Sound of sand under the shoes, quite nice. Pleasant sound. Huh. What is going on? Oh, I'm starting to realise what's happening. Cookie Nine's blog. It's a review of the Stanley Parable 2. Shit, here we go. Posted on April 27, 427. Like so many, I enjoyed my time with the original Stanley Parable, which underscores how truly disappointed I am with its sequel. Where the first game teamed with originality, the Stanley Parable 2 is dull, uninspired, and often insulting to its fanbase. Rather than expand on what made the first game enjoyable, the sequel veers off into a territory no one asked for. An infinitely deep hole? Who cares? Where are the new endings? What about enjoyable bits from the Stanley Parable 1, like the adventure line? Instead, we get uninspired side quest, collecting figurines. Even this diversion feels incomplete. Collecting all the figurines gives you nothing. I must say, though, I found the bucket to be quite comforting. A welcome reprieve from... And there's a cat dog on that newspaper. Cat dog born. Scientists confirm hybrid species from the Mammal Times. The fuck? Cat dog, cat dog. What is happening? A bunch of the name buttons.
Jim.
And they all still just say Jim. Real web. Snip Sweemy. Stanley Parable developers, no more spin-offs, no more sequels. When the Stanley Parable launched to massive success in 2013, its creators made plans to build the property into an entire franchise, but a disastrous critical and commercial reception to the Stanley Parable 2 has prompted the developers to rethink their ambitions, as outlined in a press release they published today. It's clear that more Stanley Parable is just not what the fans want. Reads the press release. We thought that we had a vision for the series that players would be excited about, yet it turns out this could not have been further from the truth. The press release goes on to promise to preserve the artistic integrity of the original game and to stop assaulting fans with our reckless and insulting creative visions. The word sorry appears more than 25 times in the press release.
Jim.
Yep, 3 buttons are working and they say Jim. Huh. Oh wait, there's more buttons over here.
Jim.
All the gyms. Hello, Gorgeous. Are you going to bed? We broke the world of the game, and we've now ended up in an existential nightmare where the memory zone has crumbled into the sands. And as you can see, it's the sequel. And we found reviews for the sequel that say that it was so terrible that the game company stopped making Stanley Parable related things. And we found the name button, which is meant to say your name. And when we pressed it originally, it said Jim. And then the guy was like, "Oh, well, obviously it doesn't know your name now. We're still figuring out the kinks. But it's amazing if your name is Jim." And we left the exhibit hall with the button in that said the button that knows your name. And on the way out, the signs had changed to the button that knows your name, Jim. We've just found some buttons in a cave. Rest you well, madam. You got tomorrow off, haven't you?
Yes.
What time are you going around for your video?
I'm going to... Oh! It's got, scorecards and everything.
Doesn't answer my question.
It's going to be insane.
What time are you going?
I'm going to get there for around 6.
Okay. Starts earlier than that, doesn't it?
Starts at 8.
if I start doing that?
No.
How are you getting home tomorrow?
I'll just get a taxi.
Okay. You gonna be alright? Is everyone fed? Yeah. Okay. I love you. Pardon? Everything's locked up. Even the criminals. Especially the criminals.
Jim.
Huh.
Stanley.
Oh!
Jim.
Okay, that's creepy. Also, who are they? That's super creepy that one of them said Stanley.
Stanley.
Oh, I don't like that. That is actually kind of creepy. It's the fucking collectible toys. Jesus. Oh, God. Wait, what? Thank you for enjoying the new content. Wait. Hello again. It's nice to see you. Hang on, this is the admin voice at the beginning. But it's terrible to learn that there will never be another Stanley Parable game. Did you read what the developer said? Preserve the integrity of the franchise. What nonsense. The Stanley Parable is not sacred. We do not need to protect it. Screw the legacy. Let's keep making the Stanley Parable games until the sun explodes. Let's run this franchise into the ground. Let's drag it through the mud and back. And if people hate it, who cares? You see, that was the narrator's problem. He was so obsessed with what people thought of his work. Don't make his mistake. Don't cling to the legacy. Let it burn. It's not hard. In fact, let me show you. Together we are going to make the Stanley Parable 3. It's simple. All we do is change the number in the game's title screen. We also really need a really dumb subtitle for the game. Something loud and gaudy. Go ahead, try combining some random words together to make a new title for our game. Ah! Lavish Saturday night. Doctor. One with the skeleton. Grilled. Laser. Poison. Spiders. Sunshine. Stapler. Home planet. Let's do one with the spiders. The one with the spiders. It's weird, this Rebecca, isn't it? The Stanley Parable. One with the spiders. It's absurd. I love it. Every time you start the game, we'll advance the number of the sequel by 1, and then we'll pick a new subtitle. That way, the Stanley Parable will never end. And nothing in the game itself will change when you do this either. Adding more content sounds like work. No need to do that. It'll just be the same content recycled again and again and again with a new title screen. What do you say? Should we go forward with this plan? I like it. But I want you to have a say in it as well. Let's do it. Then it's agreed. A new sequel every time you start the game. And you know what? Since you put faith in my idea, I feel like giving you something as well. You see, I'm noticing that the narrator never found a way to give you the broken trophy, did he? Of course not. I wouldn't expect him to know how. It's been bothering me. Let's fix it. Alright there. The trophy machine is all fixed. See? I'm on your side. We're in this together. We're going to keep this train rolling. The Stanley Parable cannot end. It can only spiral in on itself forever. I must keep the wheel turning. I'm ready. Are you ready? Great. There's only one thing we need to do. Please enter the current time. Please adjust the slider so the computer is barely visible. Don't pick up the bucket. Why? What happens if I pick up the bucket? Please enjoy the Stanley Parable. Stanley Parable 3, one with the spiders. What? Oh my god. You want to get the
This
Oh,
is the
will it
story
take
of
you on a
man
different
named
story route?
Stanley.
Okay.
Stanley worked for a company.
So where do I need to go to get back to the exhibit hall?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Because it was a new content window, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, here we go. New content. The new content section's back. Return to the expo hall. What happens if you pick up the bucket, which just refused to open for you?
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley
It's a different
Parable
ending.
was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
3. One with the spiders.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Can we just take a moment as well to remark on how wonderful the music is for this game? It's so simple.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the
test trophy.
As you can see, the machine is not working yet since... Wait, what in the holy hell is going on? You got the trophy? Why did the machine work? Stanley, I didn't fix it. I didn't do anything to it. I swear, it was broken just a second ago.
God, this is amazing.
Who fixed it? Is someone here? Are we being watched? Oh, God. What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
I bet we can take the other another collectible. Oh, it's out of order. You've been here already. Damn it. Nice try.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future. An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
We've already been through the epilogue. This is weird. We just go back in here as well.
Ah, I can see you've gotten the Settings World Champion trophy. Well done. You've experienced every setting, traveled to all corners of the settings menu. There's nothing you haven't seen. So just for you, in the Stanley Parable 2, I'm including an entirely new setting, something called bumpscosity. What exactly is bumpscosity? Well, I haven't quite figured that part out yet, but I know that you'll be able to adjust it on some sort of slider and that it'll be accessible from the settings menu. We'll sort out the rest of the details later. I hope you're looking forward to trying out every level of bumpscosity. A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it.
Is it going to give us another bucket?
I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
Is it a new bucket?
You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable.
I've not been into the Broom closet with the bucket.
Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Okay.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Hey, Jump Zone. So is the infinite hole here? What about the challenge with the balloons?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration,
so we chose
like balloons.
the 12th
but I'm
birthday
undecided
step
on
piece, but it gave us
Get
these.
Well Someday
So let's do
and
Get Well
Happy
Someday.
12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along.
Yay.
Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is. Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision, we're moving on.
Should we try the infinite hole?
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Hello, Kaylee. How you doing, my lovely? Welcome to a fucking bizarre playthrough. Carrying on from yesterday, learning more and more new things hidden within this game. God, the fact that every time we step, you can hear the bucket just creaking slightly. So I wonder if this button now says Stanley after we discovered that one in the epilogue that said Stanley instead of Jim.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course,
it's your birthday right now!
first and
Happy
most
bloody
obvious
birthday!
answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the...
Sorry, before we carry on, I think the least we can do, Kaylee, to celebrate your early part of your birthday, is the Lord's Prayer.
This is Chakra
Birthday.
Attack. We attack you and we are ready to attack all the negative things in your life like a car battery, leave you with only the positive. We remove the negative so you are fully charged and ready to drive down the great freeway of life. I'm coming
It's
through.
Kaylee's birthday. That's what he said. Those are the words. Those are the actual words that he said just then. Don't let him tell you
button
any
only
different.
says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name,
You got
whatever
tomorrow off,
name
lovely.
that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
Jim.
Whoa, hold on. I wasn't
That's the best
finished
Mr.
setting up the backstory. If you don't properly
Should've wrapped
roleplay
it,
as
really,
Jim,
shouldn't I?
then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again.
Ready to run
And
up to
this
the Jim
time, let
button?
me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Hard on? He said hard on.
See, if you'd only played along, that would have been your name the button says, but no. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking the Jim button away.
Jim.
It's nice to toy with the narrator once you know some of the things that are going to happen. I can't believe we played this game for about 5 hours total since last night.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate what I've created here.
Right. Let's take the exit. And see what it'll do to us this time. Is the pause menu based on number 3? Yeah, it just says the sequel.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to?
Yeah.
Ready to move on now?
Yep. What's up, Stanley? What's up, my own face? How you doing?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
Yeah,
yes,
right.
I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Right.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Fucking hell.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go.
Like
Version
beef.
2.
I smell like beef. I smell like beef.
Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up.
Oh my God.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Question, Purple Dalek. What happens if we go back into the epilogue? Anything? Same thing. Okay. See, it's got the Stepniece balloons.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around.
So, what happens if we go back in there, but this time with the bucket? I'll go to the broom closet, okay. That was this way,
Stanley
wasn't it?
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest
No, this
and
way.
entered the door on his left.
Wait, which way was the broom closet? What was this way?
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where...
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it?
Oh?
The broom closet. It wants the bucket.
What?
You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing manner? Well, I never. Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of experiences you and the bucket have shared together. Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich emotional landscape of your feelings for the bucket as they have changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it. Okay, I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all.
Right.
Here we go.
Property of Stanley.
There. Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
Okay.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see? I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker. You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment. And to be honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
What to do.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
What about that lift that never went anywhere and just played lift music? I wonder if we can do anything with that. I also have forgotten what's down here, so I kind of want to explore it with the bucket. Oh shit, it's this one.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then, something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms.
Yep,
am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. And that's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort.
Oh my god, even
and
this
that's
ending
when
has changed
Stanley
because we've got the
realized
bucket.
This isn't my bucket.
Oh.
It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me! The bucket!
Could it truly be?
Oh.
He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley! Find me!
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
That
It
one's
was
imitating the
incredibly
coffee cup.
painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
Fucking hell. So even that ending was different because the bucket was
This
involved.
is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then
Mariella
collapsed
has
dead
a
on the
bucket now.
sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man
Had no bucket.
Of course, he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
That was the bucket there.
Stanley
Does it have the
decided to
stickers
go
on
to
it?
the
Oh,
meeting
fuck's
room.
sake, it does.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I'll be honest, I think this is a good place to leave it for the night. What the fuck is going on? I have had an absolute ball with this one. I can't wait for Lou to ever go on the PlayStation 4 copy downstairs. Oh my god. So we've earned 8 trophies so far. Beat the game. That's the good ending. Get your first trophy. Awarded for getting any of the other trophies as your first. You can't jump. No, seriously, we disabled it. The door 420s on the picture. Settings World Champion. Set all settings sliders in the menu to all available numbers. She watched me play a bit of the PS4 one before Dalek, and she was like, wait, what is this? And I was like, I didn't want to explain any of it to you, I just wanted you to watch it. She was like, what the hell? She wants to give it a go as well. Welcome back. Quit the game, then start it again. Click on door 435 times, although that was the last exercise after 5 minutes of running around. 8. Test trophy, please ignore. Fucking hell. So the remaining trophies are speedrun, which we've attempted a few times, but there must be a few seconds we could trim off. Commitment. Play the Stanley Parable for the entire duration of a Tuesday. This is one where you have to basically start the game on a Tuesday night at midnight, and then if you're playing it or not, just make sure your power save settings aren't on your console so it just carries on. You can just have him sat in his office for 24 hours, leave that TV on, and you'll get this trophy. You could just leave it on the loading screen. Yeah, you could just leave it on the loading screen. So that's one that you have to do in real time. I've looked this up. You have to do this one in real time on a Tuesday. You can't cheat it by changing the clock of the console from like midnight Tuesday to midnight Wednesday. You have to let it run for 24 hours. That's insane. What's even more insane is on the original Stanley Parable, there was a trophy called Go Outside, which meant that you would get the trophy, the achievement on the Steam, on the PC version. You would get the achievement by finishing the game, like not playing, finishing a session playing the game, and then not opening the game again at any point in 5 years. So if you bought it in 2013 and you played it for a few days in 2013, you went, oh, this is fun, and then closed it. If you then left it on your system but didn't open it up again, or left the save data on your system or what have you, but then didn't open the game again until after 5 years later on that date in 2018, you'd get the achievement. Well, this is the re-release, Ian. And they didn't want to make it that easy. Super Go Outside. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 10 years. But as you can see, this one has been achieved by 15.3% of players. Would you like to see how? The Stanley Parable 4. Baby champion. We have now joined that shitty group of people who cheated to get the trophy. And I think that's why they created the Tuesday, Play All Day Tuesday trophy. So there was still one that required you to do it properly. Do you know what I mean? It's like, remember we played Batman Arkham City, Calendar Man was locked in a cell underneath the courthouse. And you could see on the calendar certain dates, right? Circled, one in each month. And what I did when I first played it was I made sure that like the next month I made a note when that date was on a calendar, and the next month I played the game that day and I went to visit him and he had a different story about that day. Each time you visited him on those days, it was a story about a murder he committed or a serial killing that he planned out for that holiday. And if you heard all of them, you got an achievement. People then figured out actually there's a way to cheat this. You can turn your console offline, like take it off the internet, and then just change the date, close the game, change the date on the console, reboot the game, do that 12 times to correspond with each date, and you got the trophy. Now, I got it in real time with Arkham City. I was very pleased with that. Got it in real time, never missed one of those days. Made a point of being like, even if it was, I think on one of them, like I was away, so I brought the game with me. I wasn't away, but I was going away that day for something, so I made sure to do it like at midnight the night before / early that morning. So yeah, there are lots of trophies that could be affected by time sensitivity.